All right, guys, so today's exercise, we're going to be doing this cat. I have it on my iPad in front of me, always sitting right up in front of me so I can continue to look up at it as I'm drawing. We have this sketch. I gave you the same sketch, so we're using the same thing for the whole project. What we're going to do is we're going to print it out. I do measure it out and put my tape so we have a nice border. So it's the same size as our printout. We're going to flip it over and I'm going to take, I use a cheap, soft, white pastel chalk. And I'm just going to cover the back of this. You can use pan pastels, stick pastels. I use this because it's just cheap and it's soft. So when we go over this, it will come off. And I don't trace every little bit of this. I mainly just want to get the eyes, the nose, the mouth, so we have the right proportions. And then a few little directional lines for the fur. So just give that a good coating. I'm going to take my soft tool, just kind of cover that up. And then I get rid of that extra, just shake it off the page. And then we're going to put this down, position it. And then I'm going to go over it with a regular pencil, if I can find one. I'm going to go over it with a pencil. You don't want to push too hard because you don't want to indent the paper. We're using the Pastelmat paper, so it has a heavy tooth. So you don't want to press down too hard. You just want to give yourself enough outline to work from. So I'm going around those highlights in his eye. And we're just going to give ourselves few lines to work from. I'm going to do the nose. And I'm going to do a few little lines for where the mouth is. And so we have some directional lines, so where the nose is. The whiskers I'm not going to worry so much about, but I'm going to put in some of these little spots where the whiskers come from. So the fur on a cat, definitely the nose. There's some fur that's going to go this way, and then it's going to go up, and then this is going to be shorter fur here. But when we get to the detail part, with our Carbothellos, we will figure that out. So I'm just putting a few lines where the fur is. All right, now, so if you lift up your paper, you have a very faint outline left. You can put in as much or as little detail as you like. Because I look at the drawing the whole time I'm working on it, I tend not to put that much detail in because we can fill those things in after. All right, so now that we have our very light sketch, I'm going to start mapping in with some brown so that we don't lose that sketch. And you could use a different color so that it shows up better on the paper. I just like to have a very, very faint outline. And like I said, you can go in with some other colors and go over it so you don't lose your markings. You could put as much or as little detail down. I find the most important part are the eyes. Just for proportion's sake. And then we have a little bit of the face here. So I'm just gonna put that in. And then we have the mouth. I'm just going over this so you guys can see it because my outline was very, very faint. So, like I said, you can use a darker color, it'll show up darker. And I'm using a Pastelmat gray paper. You can use white. You can use whatever color. This could be maroon, whatever color you have. It doesn't really matter because we're going to cover the whole thing. So that doesn't really matter. I prefer a toned paper, but it could be anything you like. All right. So we have our directional lines. Now we're going to start by putting some material down on the paper. So I'm going to use the pan pastels for this. If you don't have the pan pastels, you can very easily use your Carbothello pencils. They will work the same way. It's just the Carbothellos are a bit expensive. So to cover the whole thing, like if I just go in here, you want to get a coat down. So you have to kind of use a lot of your pencil up. Whereas with the pan pastels, we can get a really quick, good coat down really fast. And you just want to start with a nice light base layer because everything's going to blend so much easier when you get a little material down on the paper. So I'm just gonna, and this part doesn't matter. I do like to go kind of in the direction of the fur, but it doesn't matter. This is our first layer. It could be messy. It doesn't really matter. So we're gonna go over it and there's gonna be a ton of detail on top. So just get some material down and then we're gonna blend our other colors in with that. So I'm just going in with the white. The little white part of his face. There's going to be a lot of other color in there, so don't worry. There's white around his eyes. We're just blocking in, so you're just giving yourself almost like a little underpainting, giving yourself a little start. And I'm just mapping that in a little bit. We'll start to introduce some more color in a second. So these soft tools are really nice because they press that pastel into the tooth of the paper, and that's why you get a nice base layer. It pushes it right in. And in order to have a really good blend, you kind of want to blend in between putting each layer down. And then the top layer with your details, obviously you're not going to blend that in. But all these initial bottom layers are going to get blended in with so many other colors. So you can use your stick pastels for this, like, so you could use these big sticks or the Prismacolor smaller sticks, and it'll do the same thing. It just, you want to just get the first good layer down, and I find the pan pastels are really easy and quick to get a good base layer down. All right, I'm going to start by going in with some other browns. So we're just going to map in some brown. Don't worry if it's not the exact shade that the end product is going to be, because we're going to go over it and we're going to deepen some stuff up. And then we're going to have some fun with the eyes. So just get that first layer down. He's got some stripes and we'll get all that in. So just loosely map in what you see. The stage doesn't matter. You don't want to lose your sketch that you have, but you just want to get that first coat down. All right, I'm just going to put a little of this down here. Like I said, just map it in. We're going to do some darker where this dark fur is here. It's like when you're doing oil painting, you do an underpainting and just kind of give yourself a little tonal representation so that we have something to build on. The beauty of pastel is you can put light over dark, and you can put dark over light. So don't worry, you can't really mess it up at this stage. And you guys can leave yourself a lot more guidelines than I do, whatever you're comfortable with. But I find if I just really stare at this picture in front of me, I can usually represent pretty good what's going on with this cat. Okay, so we've gotten a good base layer down with the pan pastels. Oh, let me put a little bit more. There's white in here, and then it goes to brown, so let's just add a little bit. We're going to add a little bit more in here too. Because this is fairly dark from where his eye comes over, and it kind of goes into a stripe, which is, this is all fairly dark here. And the same thing on the other side. All right. So we're going to do the fun part now. We're going to go into the eyes. And the eyes have a lot of orange in them. And we're going to use a little bit of a yellow, probably this cream color. And this golden color. So we're going to just give it a little map in here with the pencils. Just gonna fill in that whole eyeball. I'm going to take my soft tool and I'm just gonna blend that out a little bit. Push that into the tooth of the paper. I'm gonna add in a little bit of this yellow. This is the 105 Carbothello. I'm just doing like little zigzags in here. We're going to keep building on that. Now I'm going to go to my black. I think this is true black. And we're going to define that eye. So there's a nice bright highlight here. I'm going to add in that pupil. There's something so satisfying about doing the eyes first. It's like the whole rest of the drawing, you have something looking at you, where it could be a little dead if you don't put those in. And it gives you kind of a sense of satisfaction to have like something that is finished on the piece, because it takes, all the fur is going to take quite a long time to do all those details. All right, so on the eye, we've got that dark black mapped in, but we're going to blend all this out in a second. I'm going to go in and I'm going to go ahead and put some nice bright white where I wanted to preserve that highlight. Like I said, you could put light over dark, but where the real bright things are, I want to leave those pure kind of from the beginning if I can, map them in, because it's just going to be so much brighter and cleaner than if I have to go white over a darker area. So, and we're going to blend part of that in. The lid comes over the eye, not that a cat has an eyelid, but his eye is sunken back a little bit. So this top part here is going to have a little bit of a shadow, like so. This highlight's not going to go all the way up. It's going to get a little bit of a shadow there. And this black is going to get blended in as well. And you'll start to see pretty quickly some progress. All right, so now I'm gonna go in with this 655 Carbothello. And I'm just gonna start popping all those colors. Now the cat's eye is kind of like a human eye, but they have a little bit of a different pattern to them. So I'm just gonna add a little of that in there. It's got dark spots and light spots, kind of this chestnut color, and then we're gonna add some darker brown as well. So I'm gonna go in with this really dark brown. This is the 635. I'm just gonna add a little of that in there. And now, this seems crazy, but I'm gonna go in with this bright kind of a sunshine orange. It's a 215. And we're gonna brighten up some of those spots in the eye. And this is where, like, the realism is going to come from. All of these different layers that you're putting down here are really going to make the drawing pop. So you can start to see where the details are coming in. I'm gonna go back in with the 655. And I'm going to go back in with my black and define that bottom edge. And I'm going to go in with my dark brown. I'm going to use the 625, and I'm going to go from that black up into the eye part. So what it's doing is it's kind of mushing those colors that you put down together. It's almost like it's blending on the paper, because the around the edge of his eye is really pretty dark. So we've got a pretty good start going here with the eye. I'm going to go ahead and do the other eye. So I'm going to go in with the 675. And just cover this whole area. And then I'm going to add in some of that light yellow, this 105. So we're going to kind of go around where the pupil is, because it's showing like a brighter, almost like well, like your eye. So there's like a brighter band and then some darker bands. So, and then I'm going to put another go ahead and put in the black of his pupil. And I'm going to go ahead and go around that eye. I'm going to go ahead and blend that into that little bit of black. I'm going to go back in with that bright yellow. Go in with our orange 675. And we're going to put those, go around the eye. going with our dark brown again. 635. And we're going to darken up that corner of the eye. Now when you guys are working, the Pastelmat paper comes with a glassine sheet. So you can put that under your hand as you're working, so you're not smudging anything. I'm not doing that only because I want to show you what I'm doing as I'm going through the whole piece. But I do suggest putting your hand, because I rest my hand down. So put that piece of paper, it could be a tracing paper or whatever, whatever you like, but put that under your hand so you're not dragging all that material around. It's more important when we get to the top layers, when you're starting to put in your fur details, but right now, you know, put that paper under you. Okay, and I'm gonna blend in between my little details. Alright, so we got a good start on that part. I'm going to start mapping in some of my details, since we're just getting the eyes kind of going. So there's a very thin line of lighter skin around where the eye is. And this kind of all blends in with it. So now's when my strokes are going to definitely be in the direction of the fur. We're still going to do a lot of blending. But it does help to go in that direction. And then I'm going to do the other eye. So this is the 681. It's like a flesh color. And I'm just going to go around where that skin is under the eye. We'll probably add a little gray to that to desaturate it a little bit. But I want to get that in. Okay, so now we kind of have those eyes mapped in. We're going to still go in and add more detail, but we've got a good base going for that. I'm going to go into the little nose here, and I'm using that same flesh, the 681, this little fleshy pink color. I'm going to go over the whole nose. Get a good base coat. And now I'm going to add my darkest brown, which is the 635 Carbothello. And I'm just going to start to define this nose a little bit. So the line of the nose goes straight down and then forms that mouth. And we'll get into that when we start getting into our fur details. But this way, just kind of mapping that in. And there's a little bit of a darker brown around the nose, especially right here. And this is where that nose is going to start to come up, and we're going to have all this weird fur going in these weird directions here. And it stems from this line here. And then on this side, so we're going to have to add some red into this little nose to make it a little more pink. And unfortunately, the Carbothello doesn't have a great kind of browny pink color. So we're going to add some of this 311, which is this kind of watermelon-y kind of color. And I'm going to add a little bit of that in. I'm using like little circular motions. And we're going to blend this out just to give this nose a little pinkier look to it. But we're going to, it's not very pronounced pink in the photo, so we're going to dull that down. But you have to mix different colors to get the look that you're looking for. So just add a little bit of that in. And who knows, you might like it. Sometimes if you deviate a little from the, color-wise, a little from the photo, that's fine. You don't always have those colors in your set to work with, and sometimes it's hard to blend a color, but so we're just trying to get a little base layer down for that little nose. Okay. Go back in with that dark brown. Define those little nostril. right, so now we're going to start to map in our stripes a little bit. So I'm going in with this 625, the Carbothello, and I'm just going to start to add in some of those little stripes that we've got. I'm just going in the direction of the fur. We're going to blend all this out, so don't get too crazy with the details right off the bat, because you'll drive yourself crazy. You put all that detail, spend all that time doing all that detail, and then you're just going to blend it in anyway. Just trying to get a good second layer on there so that we can kind of map out. So we're just trying to build up some layers now. All this is going to have some lighter fur and mid-tone fur on top. So and then we're going to do the same thing on this side. Just start to map in some of that darker. And then on the side of this cheek, this all is going to be blurry on the bottom. It's not the focal point of the cat. So there's going to be the illusion of fur down here, but it's not going to be as detailed as the face part. So for now, we're just going to get some darker value going on here. So now we want to get some form going on in this nose. So we need to add some shading. We need some lighter shading and some darker shading in here. Alright, so we're going to get into a little darker brown now to start mapping in some deeper values, just to alright. This is the 635. It's just a darker brown. Oh, I just dropped it. And we're going to just start to go in give ourselves a deeper value. And we're going to add some darker brown, that darker brown here too. Okay. Take a little break and I'll be right back. Okay. So I'm going in with the 635, and we're just going to get in, map in our we have a dark stripe over here. And that stripe comes around. So we're just building it up now. We're going to build it up. And we're not, I am going in the direction still of the fur, but it's getting blended out, so you still see some of those directional strokes. So that's why I'm going in with that direction. But we're going to we're not putting in all of our fur details yet. Just trying to build those values up. Now that cat's got some darker spots. There's 1, 2, 3 here. A little bit here. And the bottom mouth part has some of this brown as well. And then I'm gonna, this line here, under the eye. And then we're going to deepen up this line. And then the cat's got some whiskers that are going to come out of here. And the bottom part of the nose here has like a shadowy part on it. Start to put some brown in there. Now we can define this nostril with a little bit of black. And then we're going to add a little bit of black to the mouth area here. And we're going to go over it with some white to put some whiskers over that, so don't worry. You can see it starts to pop, and we're not this is some really dark fur here. We're going to go over this with some more brown, but I need to deepen it up. I'm going to put a little bit of this and we're going to add a little bit to start to deepen up this side. And just blend it in. And then we're going to go in and we're going to go up to this corner. And just blend that in. Then we're going to put some lighter colors on top. Gonna go in with the 645, which is this reddish brownish color. And I'm just gonna deepen up this nose. Going back in with this fleshy color, 681. Now around this nostril, this is just a little bit lighter. And this part of the top of the nose is a little bit lighter. Going around like little circles. Keep adding that line back in. All right, so now we're gonna start to add in a few details. The only frustrating part about this part is that we're probably going to blend some more of this out and then go back over it. So just don't obsess yet about the details. I'm just going very lightly. I'm holding the pencil kind of back on the barrel. I'm just kind of hatching those lines in. Now we need to deepen this up a bit here and here. But I want to add some of this light fur going in here. And just pay attention to that direction. So around this eye, that fur kind of wraps around. And you can start to see how you build up that that fur texture. pay attention to the length of the fur as well as the direction. So the fur on the nose is very short, so my strokes are going to be very short strokes. Then when we get to this area, the fur kind of goes around the nose. So just pay attention to that direction. So we're going to go back up to this corner up here. I'm going to add in some darker brown. And we're going to trade off pencils. So we're going to go, when we do our final layers of fur, we're going to kind of, I usually have like the 2 or 3 different colors of pencil in my hand. And I kind of trade off doing the fur. So we went in with that white, but now we're going to go in with some darker colors and we're going to go back to the white. So it's all about just building it up. And the whiskers are the last part to go in, so don't stress about those. You can always use a white color pencil or some gouache on a really fine liner brush. Or I find that the whitest of the whites are the stick pastels. So I'm going to start to add in the whitest of the whites. And I prefer, this is the Prismacolor. I think it's alpha color, comes in sticks. And I find it's really the whitest white. So your brightest areas, you can really go over and you'll see that white. So we kind of just add in some of that bright white. We'll go over it with some other color to define those whiskers. But see, it's bright. It starts to really liven it up. As long as you're blending this stuff in as you go, you'll be able to keep putting layers on. It's only when you it's just sitting on the top of the paper, it makes it more difficult. You need to blend it in. You can always add more layers. Okay, I'm gonna go in with this golden pencil 685. Just gonna add a little layer of this golden color. Just to add a little more depth to the fur. This is the 620. So we're starting to get some detail in here, little by little. But I've almost finished a whole piece before and decided it wasn't blended enough, so I went back and kept blending and spent hours on the details, and then found that I needed to blend it more. So just try to blend it as you go. So this is going to have some grays over top of it here, but there is some of this kind of goldy brown color showing through. So you want that part on the underlying layers. So I'm just adding those in, and we're going to go over them, and just a little bit of that is going to show through on our final product. That's like you want to add all that color and all that richness. Just makes for a better piece in the end. And I'm going in with that same color into the nose to tone down that pink a little bit. So basically I'm blending those underlying layers with the pencil. We're going to have some little hairs going over that nose here in a minute. Alright, now we're going to go in with our gray. This is 706. We're going to just add in our gray. So when we think of hair in clumps. That's whether you're doing a portrait or an animal. So you want to think of it in clumps. adding the gray in to the whiskers by the mouth, and we'll go back over this with some more white, but there's definitely, you know, other colors showing through those little hairs, so you want to just get that in there. That way when you go back over with the white, the whiskers are going to show up really nice and bright. So I'm going to go in with a darker gray now. This is the 708. And we're just going to define a little bit around this chin. So right here, there's like a clump of shadow. We're going to add a little more white in there, but this all needs to be darker under here. And this corner is quite dark as well. Now remember, this is the underneath layer. We're going to add some brighter tones on top, but I want to get it dark enough so when we put our whiskers in and stuff, that all of this falls back behind that. And like I said, this bottom part is going to be way blurrier than the than the face itself because it's behind, or it's not in focus as much as the face. I'm going to put a little dark gray. We're going to go back over it with some lighter pencils. Okay, we're going to go back in with that 635, but I'm going to sharpen my pencil. We really haven't needed sharp pencils until now, but now we're really starting to put in a lot of detail, so I do like a sharp pencil for that, especially with the fur. So let's... You can get this sharper, but I think it's for what we're doing. We're good for now, till we get to the final layers. barely touching the pencil to the paper. Alright, so now I'm going to add a little bit of this brown to the underside of that nose and the side of this nose. Gonna add a little bit of brown. By the mouth. We need to define this mouth a little bit too. So I'm going to go in with the black. I'm going to add a little bit of this in. Just adding a little bit of this in because I can't seem to get it dark enough with that gray pencil. So we're gonna go in, just add a little bit of black in, and then we're gonna go over it with some lighter fur. But I need the value to be much darker than it is. And then there's like a marking here, and that comes from the eye. And the same with this. We're going to add a little bit of black into that fur to deepen that tone up. Okay. All right, so let's go back into our eyes for a little bit. So this eye has quite a dark shadow area, and this is pretty black right here. And this is pretty black right here. There's going to be some hairs, we're just going to do a few little stray hairs. Which will really make it look realistic. So we need our dark brown. This is 625. This side of the eye is very dark, but also has like, can't seem to get a dark enough brown. Gonna add a little red in there too. And I'm going to go back in with this light yellow. 105. Going to just go with little lines. Gonna go in with that orange color again. This is the 215. Gonna add in some 675 and just kind of pull that out, which will blend some of that together. And I'm going in with 635. A little darken a couple little spots in here. And then this has a reddish, this eyeball also has a brownish reddish. I'm going to pull that out a little bit like this. Alright, and we're going to go back with our white pencil. So you could see now, like that little bit of gray that we put in there, that shows through, and then we're just making our fur strokes with the white pencil. Gonna go in with this yellow, the 105. And just going into that white part with some directional first strokes. I'm going to do the same on this side. Okay, let's go back into our 625 and let's get the dark stripe in there. So this one kind of blend that out. We're going to do another layer. This time we're going to go darker. We're going to go with our 635 and we're going to map those dark ones in there. We might need to put a little bit of black, some black strokes in just to darken it up, but let's see. And then I'm going to go back over that black with this brown. Okay, we're getting there, guys. Lots of detail. And fur. Animals, I think, are... It's easier to get the likeness because as long as you get the eyes right and the nose right, the fur could be in different directions. It doesn't really matter. You get the look of the animal when you're doing a commission. With a portrait, I think it's way harder because you really have to get the likeness of the person. And you've got to get, you know, eyes, nose, mouth, everything, shape of the face. This, it's just a lot of detail, but it's more forgiving than like a human portrait would be. You want to capture the personality. So this is just where the little whiskers are. Just, there's like a line, they come in a row. And I'm just adding a little bit of darker area in there. Like I said, we can still go over it with more white if we need to. Okay, I'm gonna take a little water break. We'll get back at it. All right, guys, I took a little break. So when you take a break, you want to put a sheet. I use the one that comes with the Pastelmat set, paper set, and just cover it up when you're not using it. My little heater on there, turn it off. All right, so I regrouped, and I need to make some of these areas way darker than they are. And I don't feel like I'm getting that with the pencils. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try some of these pastel sticks. These are a little bit too red, I think. So I'm going to go back in. We're going to go in with our 770, which is like a gray color. I'm going to try to deepen some of these areas up here. And over here, I just cannot seem to get these values dark enough. So I'm just going to go in. Gonna go in with a little bit of black. This is the Gioconda pencil. It's softer than the Carbothellos, so it goes down kind of heavy. If we blend that in, then the layers on top will be our fur layers. You'll have this dark layer showing through. And blend that out. All right. So let's go in with the 635. I just want to get a little deeper value going on. And this white is too wide. So I'm gonna just So right here at the mouth, there's a little bit of brown here, and then there's like another tuft of fur that's lighter. So I'm just gonna map that in a little bit. And then we need to define this edge of this nose a little bit too. So this has quite a darker the fur changes direction in this weird little spot here. Just bringing a little bit of this brown into the white, and we can go back over it with the white. But the way that the fur looks best is, like I said, when you layer. So at some point I'm going to probably put more than one pencil in my hand and just keep alternating from one pencil to the other. I'm going to go in with this kind of 645. The area under the eye is a little bit pinky. We can tone this down a little bit, but I want to add a little bit. I'm barely touching the paper. I'm going to add a little bit of that pink skin in there. And on the other side. And we can tone it down a little bit too with some gray. So I'm going to go in with this 704, and I'm just going to go over that just to desaturate it a little bit. So I'm kind of just blending it on the paper. Same thing on this side. Just desaturate it. Just that looks a little better. Now this line here is a little thinner than I've made it. So now on the nose, all of these little hairs are very, very short. So your strokes with your pastel should be very short. And then in the middle of this nose, you've got some hairs that are kind of going inward on both sides. And then they come around that nose. And then they come up. And then we want to get these deep stripes in. And I'm going to switch to the 615. We're going to add a little bit of that around. I'm going to go back in with that 635. This is the tedious process, all this hair, but if you make the hairs the right length in each section, it'll look a lot smoother. It starts to look a little less sketchy and a little bit more realistic. I'm going to take a second and sharpen my pencils because we're at the stage now where all the details are really going to make this pop, and I want to have the sharp pencils on this phase of the drawing. We really haven't needed them up until now because we were just kind of blocking in a lot of big areas. But now, anything I'm going to use for fur, I'm going to want to have a nice sharp point on, because your fur lines will be so much cleaner, and it'll be a lot easier to get a nice fur texture. This is the Faber-Castell Pitt Pastel in 176. If you don't have this, just use what you have in your Carbothello sets. Don't prefer these Pitt pastels. They are a lot harder than the Carbothellos, and the softest one are the Jocondas, which are these. So these are very soft. These are by Koinoor. These are the hardest, the Pitt pastels, and I find sometimes it's hard. You feel like you're almost scraping at the paper. These are working pretty well today, but I have a nice fine point on there. So just use what you have, and like I said, the color's not as important as the strokes that you're going to make. So I'm going to go ahead and sharpen. I'll be right back. All right, so I got some nice sharp pencils here, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to add some of this 681, which is like a pinky color. And I'm going to just start to go into this nose here. Very short strokes. And I'm going to add a little bit of that pinky color. You just overlap it with your other colors. So a little bit of that underneath layer shows through, and you just get a smoother look. If you turn your pencil a little bit too, as you're working with it, your point will stay sharp longer. So every now and then I just give it a little turn. So this is looking pretty good. We're going to add some more darks in there, but we're getting there. I find that there's just a lot of detail in fur, and it just, it's hard to get it right sometimes. You can't really mess it up because you can keep going over it, but I think the main thing is to make sure you're going in the right direction and make sure that your strokes are the length of the fur in that area, if that makes sense. So down here, your fur is much longer around the neck. The nose are these short little strokes. And then as we get up a little higher, it's a little bit longer. So you can see we're just starting to get a little more finished over here. We got a lot of colors to still add through there, but getting a little softer looking. It's not looking as, the lines aren't as harsh. The fur is looking a little bit more soft, a little softer. And that's because whatever pencil we're putting on top now is actually blending with the underneath layers, and it's kind of giving it it's just giving it a like a softer finish. More finished look there. And then down here, we're going to have some lighter layers. And we're going to go in with some darker pencil. So the fur is longer here, so your strokes are going to be longer. We're going to add some gray in the bottom here. Remember, I talked about hair being in clumps. So we're just getting some of these clumps here. There's going to be some more white in here and a little darker color on the bottom here. And now let's go up to this side. And as this comes around, it's going to meet into these, so your lines are going to go around the eye, and then they're going to start to sunburst out. But you can see now, we put down that darker layer underneath, and that you do see that. It just builds it up. So now I'm going to go back into this under eye here. And there is such a thing as too much detail. So that's why we're going in with all these colors, because as you go, it will blend some of this out with the underlying layers. In some areas, you don't see every little fur stroke. And then in some areas, it's much more pronounced. So just pay attention to that. And you can, like down here, it's going to be a little blurred out. So, and then up here is going to be more pronounced. So just pick your areas where you need the detail and let some of it just blur out. It'll look better in the end. And then over here, then there's some little stripes in here that we're going to add in. Okay, we're going to switch colors. We are going to go in with, I think this, I want a medium brown. Gotta sharpen my pencil. We're going to just start to add in those spots again. So we're bringing that into the white that we just did, or into that pinky color that we just did. I'm going to bring a little of this brown back up here. So we're just blending in that black that we added in there. And now we're going to add some of this same brown. This is the 625. Constantly overlapping your previous layer. And we're going to go around that little face. I'm going to go up to the top here. All right. And under this little nose. And we're going to add some gray in here, and then we're going to go over with white again, but we have a couple little spots where the whiskers are. We just want to just show a little bit of that. We're going to go back in with our white and make it look more natural. And then on this other side, this little stripe, I'm going to add that back in. And then we're going to go back in with our white. add some gray. So his little mouth is pretty gray down here. So I'm going to add, this is the 708. And we're going to add in a bunch of gray. Just adding in some shadowing, like I said, in clumps, so the hair is we're going to add some more white over this. I just felt like it needed to have the extra color in there. Because if you look at his mouth, it's quite dark. So I'm going to go in with I need a really dark gray. I'm gonna try, this is 726. Not dark enough. This is 770. I think it's actually like a purpley color, purpley gray. So let's see how that looks. Alright, I'm going to try going back in. This purple is, it's like a purpley color. The 770 is not going to work. So we'll scratch that idea. I'm going to try to go in with the Pitt Pastel, the 176, which is this dark brown color. I'm going to do a little bit of that just under the chin. It's a lot of details, guys. It's just takes patience and time. I'm gonna go in with the 615. Sorry, it's hard to read these numbers. And I have my glasses on, so I have no excuse. So I'm trying, when I go into one side, I'm trying to go into the other with the same color so that there's some continuity going on. You don't want to have a lot of one color on one side. It's going to look lopsided. So when you go in with that color on one side, go back to the other side and add some of that in. Now I'm going to go back in with my white. Nice sharp white. And we're going to add back in some texture. very lightly. I'm just kind of going in the motion. I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Excuse me. The dust gets to me every now and again. When you guys do this, it's probably beneficial for you to do it on an easel so that all the dust kind of falls down. I'm doing it flat and I'm kind of just breathing in all this dust. What this white pencil is doing now is it's just kind of blending a little bit, but it's also giving us a little bit of that fur texture. But it is blending some of those underneath layers together, which is kind of a good effect. Now we are going to have some whiskers on here after, but that's the very last thing that we're going to do. I'm barely touching the pencil to the paper, so it's just giving me ever so slight of I'm going to go in with my 708. Just overlapping. That little area there. This side is much darker than the other side. I'm going to go in with a tiny bit of black. And I'm just going to add in a few strokes. We're going to go over this with some brown. But at this stage, I'm just going to try to push my values just a little bit, and you're going to see this whole drawing like really start to pop. All right, so now just going to clean things up a bit, and we'll readjust. See what we need to change. I think we still need a little work in the nose here and these stripes. And then our whiskers will be very, very last. So, or here. We just need to pop a few highlights here and there We need some real sharp pencils for the next few details. Anything you want softer, just hit it with your finger. It'll smudge it in a little bit. Not make it as pronounced. All right, now I'm going to show you how I'm going to pop some of these whites with this Prismacolor, the white stick. So it's really the whitest. We're just gonna hit a few areas. Barely touching this. Just brightens it up a bit, right? Alright, so now let's go in with my poor little pencil, 704. It's like a tan, a grayish tan color. I can't seem to get it to sharpen. Keeps breaking, so I don't know if I dropped it and the lead broke in the pencil itself or what's going on. I'm just softening things up just a little bit here. So I can't seem to get this sharp in my manual crank, so we're gonna try to do it by hand. This is a Koom hand sharpener. I'm just gonna see if I can't sharpen this. All right, we're getting a little bit of point. Now, so this has two sides. The bigger side takes the wood down. The smaller side gives it like a finer point. So if you're finding your pencils are breaking in your manual crank, try to do them by hand. Still need, like, I feel like I need to go darker right here and right here. So we're gonna work on our eyes just a little bit more. My nose is looking a little out of shape here. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to correct that. This is the 625. All right, I feel like the nose got a bit crooked here. So we're gonna straighten this out here. I think the way to do that is going to be to add some more of this dark. This darkness in here. And on this side. All right, I'm going to go back in with that pinky pencil. You can use 681 or the Koinoor Gioconda, which is number 28. This is just the black 750. We're just gonna clean it all up now. Feel like we need just a little more pop in the eyes. I'm not having luck with my sharpening today. Came out pretty good. We're just gonna go in and pop a few. Really bright This needs to be a little darker, so I'm gonna go in with I think I need a reddish color. We're gonna try let's try the 645. This is 670, but I think it's lighter. We're gonna put some brown on top of that. Not dark enough. And in this upper all right, so I'm gonna go in with this reddish brown again, this 645, and we're just gonna add a tiny bit of that. I'm gonna use brown. This is the 176 Pitt Pastel. And now we're going to put on our finishing touches. We're just going to bring a couple of hairs over the eyelid. And then we're going to put in our whiskers. Now, the whiskers, I think, are going to be not white enough to put in with the pencil. So we're going to try one with the stick pastel. They're a little thick. So if you felt the need to really brighten these whiskers up, you could go in with a some titanium white from Brush and Pencil. You could go in with gouache on a very, very small brush. But I think we're pretty much there. You could just keep going on and on and on and on with all of this fur, but I think at some point you have to say that it's done when it's done. So let me know how you did with your project, and I look forward to seeing your stuff. You can email me. in the beginning, I'm going to have time to look at everybody's stuff. If I get a million patrons, it's going to get harder and harder. But right now, I'm happy to critique your work, and I love to see it, just to see how you did with the project and see if you followed along. So, me and the cat say goodnight.